Let's hide this. All right, give it a couple more minutes, then we'll get started.
You all need anything kind of explain more, maybe use effect or state or any use effect? Yeah. You stay on concrete straight.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got you. Well, let's look. Let's see if we got that's some good. I'll go with this one. See how they describe it. Okay. So I don't know why the zoom in. So with use effect, React described it as a reaction that lets you synchronize a component with the external system. So a lot of what you will see use effect used with is like fetching data. Um, so if you remember, we're going to fetch data from APIs. That's going to be a pretty common occurrence, and that's actually going to be something that we're going to practice with again. Y'all have done it in the past, and we're going to use effect for that. So it's a good way to, if you want to go grab data when the page loads, and then you want to do things with it like transform it or use it, then that's what use effect. That's one use case for use effect is doing those things. So as you can see with the makeup of it, you got the use effect, the setup. That's our code that we're putting in there, like our function, how what we want to happen when our use effect runs, and then we got those dependencies. Remember, so we have our dependency array. That's where the items that we're going to be looking for, that we're going to be watching to see if anything changes with them, and then when the use effect notice that there's been a change, then it's going to run again. So that's telling it when to run based on those dependencies, right? So is there anything in particular that you have a hard time like understanding with the use effect? It's just the general concept of it.
I guess that's the syntax.
Put it into the code. Okay, perfect. So I'll show you. So we'll go over the API version. So right off the bat, you see, so they have the use state. They have the person use state, so set person, you can set the person. It defaults to Alice. If you remember our the makeup for setting up use state. Then on our use effect, we're declaring our use effect, and then as you can see, it's gonna be kind of similar to like when you're setting up a function. So you got your, remember, it's like use effect is like a method. Basically it's a function, but so it's gonna have that. What is it? What am I saying? What you're putting in here is basically your props for a function, right? So you got what's the word? I always forget the word. Yeah, that one. So you got your little function, which is just open, close, brackets, then the arrow function, and then our curly braces, right? So you go through, so it's just, this is what you're telling it to run based on the dependencies, right? So you're setting it up, so this is for a bio, so they're setting up a bio for the person. So you got the let ignore equals false, set bio to null, fetch. So we're gonna fetch bio, which is going to be running as fetch bio that they're pulling from the API, and then which is gonna be a fetch call. Then they're getting the results, and then they're checking. So they set it to the value to ignore. Yeah, the ignore to false, I mean. So they're checking to see if it's set to ignore. So if it's not ignored, then we're gonna set the bio as the result. And then you're gonna return, so they're returning, in this instance, they are returning a value, which is gonna be setting ignore to true. And then as you can see, the dependency is the person. So every time that the person changes, it's gonna set their bio. So what you will see with that is there might be kind of like the cards, right? So let's say you have a drop down of people, a drop down list of people, and it has like 10 different people in there. So every time you select a different person, it's gonna set that. You're gonna have function. You're gonna have something that sets that person the use state to that person's name, right? And then since this use effect is monitoring that the person variable, it's going to see that it changed, and then it's going to run this code based on the fact that that event happened, right? It's kind of like an event listener. You can think of it as an event listener, right? It's waiting to see if anything happens, and then when it does happen, it's going to run this code every single time. So every time you change that person, this use effect is running. Does that make a little bit more sense? It's just one of those things, like once you see it more, you'll get the hang of it. Typically, like you understand what's happening, you understand what's going on. It's just a lot, what I think a lot of people have a problem with is just remembering like the syntax of setting it up. But you can always, if there's something you're unsure about, you can always go to the documentation. Like I said, you're not expected to remember absolutely everything. There's going to be things that you'll become well acquainted with. There'll be things that you find yourself really good at, basically be like your bread and butter or something, right? But there's always going to be things you're going to have to reference the documentation for, and that's to be expected. That's why documentation is so important. When you build your own, if you build your own stuff that people are going to have to rely on, and it's going to be, if it's a complex system, you would be expected to have your documentation. Even if you're building an internal system, like an internal application, like for instance, let's say you worked at Facebook, right? Anytime you build a new component or anything within that system, you would be expected to make, some correlating documentation so that someone could go and refer to that documentation, look up your component that, you know, you develop your system and then reference your documentation and see how it properly works, what it's supposed to do, and all that fun stuff. So what I'm trying to say is feel like don't feel like you're slacking or anything because you have to refer to the documentation. That's the standard, like you're expected to. And if you were to be in an interview and you tell them that you don't reference the documentation, they'll look at you crazy, right? So that's just pretty standard. So get used to that. Don't expect to know everything off the top of your head. Like I said, some things you're gonna have an understanding of, just like with anything else, there might be a level of understanding, but you might forget something as simple as the syntax, right? So especially if you don't use it very often. Yes.
This is a hook that they use your programs for.
So I am not entirely sure why they decided to do.
It's like it's cleanup.
Yeah.
So it use effects, and honestly, I don't use very much, but it is there to basically say, okay, we're done with you.
Mhm.
And so sometimes they'll do a lot of stuff in there and you just want to clean up the unit. But it's not used all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's 2025.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why, and it doesn't come up.
Yeah.
So just to nail down the point, this is just a function, right? Like use effects is just a method from React.
Mhm.
Because in the old days, you would import React and you would say React dot use effect or whatever. We don't do that anymore. But it's just a function that's calling. Has a callback function inside of it, right? That anonymous function is just callback. And so in here, it's just doing whatever you tell it to do based on what's here, right? So if this changes, this is going to run. Okay. If this is empty, but you still have it, then it's only going to run the first time, right? Right when that component renders, right? If this is not here at all, it's going to run every single time the component re-renders. Anytime the state changes. Yep, that's what triggers that re-render. Yep. So if set bio is called, it's going to re-render. If set person is called, it's going to re-render. Now this won't run if set bio is called. This isn't going to run because it only cares about person.
Mhm.
Right.
This just, I'm just looking at it. I saw it in the documentation, but this made it make more sense. It's a little hard to see formatting wise, but it's like there's two parameters for use effect, and one of them is an entire function. And the other one is whatever value it needs to care about that will then trigger it automatically without it being called somewhere.
Mhm.
It just doesn't, where I'm more used to saying like, oh, here's the function, here's the parameter, here's a comma, here's another parameter, close parentheses, it's all in one line. Whereas this, like that entire set of one parameter.
So you could, if you wanted to, take this out of here, make another function, and then you literally would have use effect function name, comma, array.
Mhm.
Which maybe
Might be more legible.
Yeah. At least from getting that conception.
Yeah. But that's the perfect way to put it.
Yeah, because especially if you're gonna have more than one use effect, it's helpful because you might want to see all your use effects like on top of each other and easily readable, so that way you know what's happening without getting confused while having like 3 use effects with looking this beefy, right? So that's one way it might be done. Any other questions?
I'm gonna take you back to the homework the first homework we did.
Yes.
Making the table, check-up table.
Yes.
So I was once last week you showed us like the clicking and you see the counts going up.
Mm-hmm.
When I went back to look at my code, I kind of got stuck because it wasn't doing the clicking. So I was wondering if you could like explain, if you look at that So I
The,
see they have the use state,
uh-huh,
and then they have the function square. And then
let's see.
this handle click. Mine wasn't click.
So you say for the handle click function?
Maybe that's the problem. I think that's a way. Oh,
it is clicking, it's just not
okay,
showing.
okay. Fine. I don't know how that. How does that work?
How does the click work?
Well, the instruction was.
So this was, so were you on a part where it was just setting up the clicking in general
It's like,
before rendering the X?
yeah, if you go down. Over. Do it before, I think that's not, all that's.
Uh-oh,
When I'm making an interactive component.
Yeah, the main.
making, okay.
Yeah. That's where I'm like.
Boop, boop.
First, we have like square with it, small letters, and then you go to caps.
Were you getting something to show up in this work?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I thought like the thing was, if you click it, you see something. But that's interesting that you showed, like, oh, it is clicking,
Mhm.
you don't see it. Right?
yeah, so this initial setup is just console logging.
Okay,
So it hasn't put anything, so it's just getting that functionality first,
yeah,
making sure that it works, and then it was gonna have you go through and then add, that stuff as you went on, adding the rendering of the X's and O's, so I just wanted to make sure that it's handling the click, right? You setting that
you
up,
don't
right?
see it.
Yeah, it's just in the console log, yeah, see, so it has the,
I guess that's what I have.
yeah, it just has that console log and then string clicked.
So there's no function there to like.
Nope.
Something happened.
Yep, no, so you have the button on click, it's gonna run the handle click function, and then all the handle click function has that console log.
Okay. Got it.
Of course.
I guess it's, when you're doing it yourself, you're like thinking it's supposed to be
Right.
this
Mhm.
one thing, and then.
Yeah.
It's not. It's
All
not.
we do is some would be like, what the heck, I'm supposed to do this thing?
Yeah. Well, yeah, so you can see, so as you can see in the next section, it's getting ready to start doing the values, set values, getting ready to set you up to render those. Any other questions about anything or? Oh. Okay. So we're gonna do it a little bit differently this week. We're gonna do set up React router. So what React router is a, what's the word? Is to handle your routing for your application. So when you want to navigate to different pages, it's gonna assist with that. So that way you can set up static and dynamic page routing. So we're gonna go a little bit over that, and what we're gonna be doing a little bit different is we're gonna go through the documentation and set it up, And then you'll see kind of like the process for setting it up. I think we're gonna go ahead, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do it from scratch this go around. And then, let's see. At some point, if we get there, I'll probably show you how to set it up on the existing project already. But we'll just go ahead and do it from scratch.
That's like making new repo,
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna make a whole new repo and all that fun stuff. So,
Real quick, sorry.
no, you're fine.
So this is what it takes React from a single page application that it was originally intended to be
Mhm.
to like a full routing, different, slash blah, 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 slash blah, 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 all that stuff.
Yes, so like when you, as you can see, like up here, I don't know if you can see that, but at the very top, it has reactrouter.com/home. It's gonna be those, man, I'm forgetting words today, the routes. Yeah, I forget the address term for it, but we're gonna call them routes. So in the code, they have the route set up to where if you put after the host name, you put that /home, it's gonna route you to a specific page in your application. But we'll get to that point. I don't want to overload you with information. So
Is it actually a different HTML document page, or is just keeping the same page, showing a different part of the code, and then putting that into the URL?
So that's kind of like a yes and no. So we're still operating off of that root div.
Okay.
So we're still gonna be projecting all our changes to that root div, right? But essentially it's really is just gonna be a new, because it is like the code's changing, it's gonna be
You're completely redrawing everything, but you only still have the index.html.
yeah, so it's so the word I'm looking for is it's gonna be a completely different page, right? Technically. It's just gonna have that same foundation that it's building off of, which is that root div and that predefined HTML code in the main JSX file.
Basically what happened was React was like, hey, we got this really cool single page thing, but people kind of want to go to different routes.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we need to figure out a way to do this, but we can't do it the easy way, like regular HTML and JavaScript. Right. So we have to make this whole fancy thing that basically virtual DOM wraps it all up. Because the new page, quote unquote, is just a new component.
Mhm.
Right, it's just a component.
Yeah,
Yep.
but it's at /home. Right.
Yeah. So it is changing the like, see how this one went to installation and it has the /start/framework/installation. So it's just using those routes, and then it also has its child routes, I guess you would call it. Yeah, but so that's what we're gonna be getting into today. And like Brian said, it is just rendering another component basically, right? Because it's React, it's component based. So everything you do is pretty much essentially just gonna be rendering another component. So where's it at?
You don't make your repos.
No.
You didn't say you're here.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready to go. No rush. Take your time. So the plan is I'm gonna walk through it with you, like how setting it up through the documentation. We kind of done that before. But we're gonna go through and set everything up together, the configuration and all that. And then the next time we have to set something up from documentation, I'm gonna let you set it up yourselves to get more hands-on experience with it.
So I'm in my folder, do I create a JSX file or?
Your folder,
Or we doing that from the terminal?
yeah, we're gonna be initializing the project from the terminal with the,
Is it within like the file name or something?
Just in the regular.
yeah.
Yeah, that'll create our.
Mhm.
Did you open your?
Yeah, I'm not- that's my folder. And then, but with the file.
No.
Yep. Oh, what's that?
And then do we got our repos ready to go? Okay. So we're gonna go through and do our NPX create Vite. So we're still using Vite, and React Router works really well with Vite. So it's React Router is the leading routing framework currently. So typically, if people are using just regular React, they're going to be using it in conjunction with React Router. So we're going to go to terminal, and then PX create invite latest, and then we're going to call it Poke app, POKE app. Can everybody see that pretty good?
That's the project name.
Yes. And we're gonna go to React. So select React, just regular, or not just regular, we're gonna actually set it up. So as you can see, React Router is an option. And we're gonna select React Router, so it'll set it up for us. So this framework is gonna be React. And then your variant is gonna be React Router. Yeah. Then it's gonna ask if we wanna install the packages. We're gonna put Y for yes. Let's see. And then, yeah, you should be able to hit yes for initialize a new Git repo. And then for dependencies. And then as usual, we're going to CD into our application.
If they made their repos already, they wouldn't have to. I don't think it hurts.
No, yeah, it wouldn't hurt. Oh, yeah.
I always find it more confusing if I start on the computer
And then work your way, yeah. Coming down, yeah.
From the top.
All right. And then we're gonna npm run dev. Is it not using the latest node? Let's see what happens for now. And then this is what your initial page should look like. Yep. You shouldn't be getting the node error like I am. I don't know why it's not using the latest. Maybe I didn't update it on this computer. All right. All good? Okay. So then you can go ahead and open your file in VS Code if you haven't already, or your project in VS Code, I should say. I was worried about that. Okay, so with the React router, it sets it up in TypeScript, which is fine because we don't have to use TypeScript for it. So we can, let me make sure. We won't have to use TypeScript with it. I am, if I remember correct, I mean, that's just the default way it does it, but I set up a project with React Router that use just regular JavaScript. So we're gonna do that. And then we shouldn't have to worry about any TypeScript issues. So for now, until we get an issue, just for the purposes of doing our project, we're just gonna go through it and add our components, and then if we run into any issues, we shouldn't, but if we run into any issues, we'll handle them at that time. So let me go ahead and like we normally do. So you can see that with React Router, it's a little bit different. You have the React Router folder, and it sets up an app folder as well. So I believe when we set it up previously, it had it was a source folder. But it also has inside the app, you got your routes folder, and then just their welcome folder, which is going to consist of just basically their assets and their welcome page. And then they are,
It's like two apps.
you say what?
I see two app folders.
You see 2 app folders?
There's one with TypeScript and another one just the. Oh,
Oh, I think it's.
oh. Oh, so that was inside.
You got that, router type.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, that's just a TypeScript thing that we don't have to worry about.
You have a question. So
Yes.
React is JavaScript. Most people are writing all this stuff in JavaScript instead of basing that as default TypeScript.
So it's just because a lot of people are also moving to TypeScript, which is just like what do they call it, like superset. Okay, I wasn't sure if it's subset or superset, but yeah, superset of JavaScript. It's just a strict typing system that supposed to help prevent errors. But there's a little bit of controversy as to whether TypeScript is helpful or not, or if it's just, more time working on it. So you'll see that people have mixed feelings about it. But then you also have those people that tell you just use TypeScript, right? So they're very gung-ho about TypeScript. And once you know JavaScript, TypeScript is it's just you basically already know TypeScript. It's just getting used to the typing system and setting up the types. And it could be a lot more, what's the word? You'll see it yelling at you a lot for your typings.
So it boils down to that a bunch of computer science people said, this isn't like the strict type language. We don't like it very much. So we're going to create this thing so that you have to type it better. And the C camp people were like, you're stupid. I'm like,
Yeah.
but that's all you need to know right there. For our own deal. If you get a type error in the meantime, or what you're doing, type of stuff, you can just put comment / and then @ts type more, and the red will go away.
Yes. And another thing that we will also do, just in case, if you go to the tsconfig.json, and then at the very bottom, you should see where it says strict. And we're just gonna make that false. So it's just gonna tell TypeScript to not be so strict in checking the types and give us some leniency in that regard. Okay.
Eventually, though, you're gonna have to understand TypeScript a little bit because, like React Router, a ton of packages come with TypeScript standard. So you'll have to be able to go in there and look, like, oh, okay, it's messed up because it was expecting a string. It said, I want a string, but it got a number. like base layer of TypeScript is not bad, because it's nice to know, okay, if I'm getting a person object, I expect it to have first name, last name, blah, 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 first name's gonna be a string, you know, that stuff is helpful. When you
Yes.
get into these really deep things where you're like, it's type T of J and
Yeah.
like, it's not human readable. You know?
Yeah. And then sometimes TypeScript will mess up simple code because there's a possibility that you can have a falsy value, a null, I should be specific, a null value. And if it's even a possibility, that means you gotta spend extra time doing extra checks to make sure it's not a null value. So that's another qualm that people have with it, is you having to do extra checks, which is part of TypeScript, and it's very intentional to prevent errors. So there's TypeScript is really good. I tend to use it and prefer it personally myself. However, I am comfortable with or without it. I just tend to use it just because, that's what a lot of people will go toward. And like Brian says, some packages just come with it. And on the opposite side of that, there are some packages that aren't updated with TypeScript. So you might have some typing errors, like bringing in packages and then you running TypeScript and your package doesn't manage typing. So you would have to create custom typings as well. But with that being said, we'll get back to React Router, unless you have anything else.
No, I was just gonna ask, they're gonna have to make TSX files as opposed to JSX?
No. You can still make JSX files and they'll still work. So if it's JSX, it's not going to be checking for that typing. So we'll still be making our JSX files. In terms of, I'm going to have to see. So and another reason why I want to do this, because I'm not very familiar with React Router. So I just wanted you to see the process of going through and setting up documentation with using a new package that you're not familiar with. So just so you have an idea of what to expect. So this is the declarative. We're looking for the
I'm pretty sure their buttons are broken, because clicking any of those just takes you to a screen.
Yep. Which I wonder why. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if yep.
No, that if you scroll down and
Yeah. So we did framework mode, so it should be okay. So we have our app, so our routes dot type squid ts. And then we set. There it goes. Okay. So I will say, React router doesn't have the best documentation because it gets a little confusing. So, and this was another reason why I wanted to do that as well, because there are, from my understanding, a couple different ways you can set it up. And you'll notice as we go through some of the documentation, you'll see that it might look a little different. And you know, you got I believe it's framework mode that we're going through. So we're gonna do with framework mode. So the way they have it set up here is you're importing their route configs in uh, their little route function, you can call it. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna set it up. It's gonna have the route, and then your first value is gonna be your path. So what you want to show up here after your domain name, your address, and then it's gonna be the file that it routes to, that it's gonna lead to.
If we install comparative mode,
Actually, you're right. Because we did create byte. I already forgot. Which, let's see. What is export default index. There is, we got the layout, and then route. Check root. Talking about building. Okay. So let me see. Let me try something else because I think oh, well, no wonder. Okay. So I think I led y'all down the wrong path with the setting it up with the React router for the variant. Because that one, as you can see, it's a little crazy. So what we're gonna do is you should be able to, we'll just restart. And you should be able just to completely just wipe your package, just delete it. And then we'll just run through the commands again. So all you have to do is just go to the root level and just delete the whole folder. The whole package itself. And then we're gonna
Make sure.
So you're gonna delete the whole, yeah, folder.
Create, right,
Yes. Yeah, you delete it. Yeah, we're gonna do for framework React, and then variant JavaScript.
So let me clarify.
Yes. And believe it or not, when I set up another project with React Router, I did the same exact thing. So. Yes.
Just change the right sector. Okay, do that. Well, again, I react that.
Okay, so then, yeah, so then you can.
So this is what we, yeah, used to, this is the first one. I think it is.
CSS.
Good.
What's that command for? Like, when I did mistake, pull back. Oh, to get out of there? Yeah. Command. Yeah, it's just kill it. Okay.
Mhm. And I want to say that the reason we didn't see that exact example is because that template is set up by Vite and not React Router themselves. So React Router has their own template that they set up with Vite, and then Vite apparently has their own, so it can get a little confusing. And I allowed myself to fall in that trap again. But this way, we're going to just do a normal Vite project, and then we're going to install React router into the project. That way, so then once you get there, you're gonna do the npm install React dash router. All right. We were all able to get React router installed? Okay, cool. Okay. So we got our Vite plus React, which we're familiar with. And why is it? Okay. Yes. You don't see your local host yet? Let's see. The way to know if it's running is it won't let you run any commands. If it's running, because it's in a different mode. So you wouldn't be able to run traditional terminal commands. Okay. So then we're gonna go through. So now following the documentation for the declarative mode, we got our React router installed, and then we're gonna wrap our app in a browser router. So what that is doing is it's passing its context through to our application. So the browser router is a component in and of itself, right? And what it does is it's handling the routing of our of its children, right? So you have your application, which is wrapped in it, and it's still on that root div. So it's saying that it's going to, instead of just the app handling the rendering itself, it's gonna what's the word I'm looking for? It's gonna manage the rendering that's gonna happen within the app application. So that's how we get, like, if we do our routes after our domain, the browser router is gonna tell, the application what it should present to the client, essentially. So we're gonna go ahead and find where our application is, which is gonna be the main. And then we're gonna import it would be, okay, thank you. Oh, that will do it. Oh, how did that happen? It imported at the bottom, okay. And then
Sure, did you auto where it didn't React at all? So it's React router. So mine did from React router call instead of just React router.
Yeah, it'll get you.
Mine has like a ball, like. It's kind of grayed out, I don't know. Maybe it's okay.
It's a shortcut.
Oh, so, that's a React, you want it just to say React. I think that would-
Oh.
Yep, and then we're gonna take struggling with my shortcuts today.
I don't know if there's this, but this pattern of wrapping your app in different types of routers and stuff, or providers is very common. It's like if you use like theme providers sometimes, things like that, if you want the thing to affect your whole app, then you'll wrap it in there, and it'll tell you documentation. What to do.
Yes,
It's a common,
yes, that is the word. Yeah, and you'll see, like Brian said, you'll see that a lot. And then another thing that you'll see it with is handling your global state. So that's something we will talk about in the next module. Got it? All right. So move on to the fun part. So in the same file is where we're going to create our routes. Let's see how we're doing it here. Okay. So for this example, along with our browser router, we're going to import our routes and then our route from the React router. And then within our browser router, we're going to have routes as our parent component. And then for each route, path, that's the word I was looking for earlier. Yeah. For each route, you're gonna have a path. So the standard is a single slash, / just by itself is the default for the home page. So that's when you'll notice, like, when you go to a website, you'll sometimes notice that it has a slash at the end with nothing following it. That indicates that you're at the home page, also known as the index, like the index.html file, right? So this example is gonna have us setting up the route with the path and then the element. As you can see, it's a lot different from the example we seen earlier. Yeah. Yeah, it had a route. It had a route function, and it took 2 arguments. One which was the path name that you wanted to name it, And then the second was the location where you're gonna be pulling it from. So we're gonna go ahead and import the routes and then the route component. And then we're gonna create our top level for our routes with the routes component. And then for each different path, it's gonna have its own route. Yes.
But that looks familiar. I can't remember what we called it last time.
Which
Or like 3 weeks ago, where you have like the browser route, calling that stuff, like the browser routes and route.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is when we talked about how the app is the default export of that file. This just means that there's different. Yeah, I should be able to show you. Let's see. So right here, as you can see, it took us to it goes in the Node module. So this is one of the, when you get the dependencies, this is where they're shipping them to. So as you can see, it's declaring this function browser router. And then, hold up, let me do this. There was something else about it. Yeah, so this is like all those functions, these components, they're all in the same file. So with the way it's listed out is just saying that it's just a list of those functions that are calling. So when they're in that bracket, it's it means that they're part of that file, but they're just not the default export. You have to put them in that bracket and explicitly call them, so that way you're not calling things that you're not supposed to call. And then let's see. Yes. So destruct, yeah, that is yeah, so that's the same format for like destructuring, like when if you had like, so that was with if you're talking about specifically with the if you, what is it, the props. It was with the props, yes. So this is different because we're just importing the actual items themselves. So it's not using it as a prop. So what we're telling our code to, we want to import these from this file, right? So it's gonna go to that file, it's gonna look for these, and it's gonna make sure that they're being exported, so they have to be exposed to the rest of the application. And then if it is, it's gonna import that logic from each of those functions, those components, right? Because it can be a function, it can be a component, it can be a variable. So it can even be like an object, so stuff like that. So it's just telling it to go grab it and pull it into this application. So that way you don't have to, every time you want to use it, you don't have to recode it. So it's not, it looks similar to how we do our props when we destructure them, but it's specifically for pulling.
The thought process is the same, right?
Yeah.
You're taking something that's defined somewhere and passing it here so you can get it. This, like they're saying, is getting those methods and everything from that package, bringing them in. The other one, like we're sending stuff to our functions.
So then we're gonna do a route. So this one has open and close. So, and then, if you remember, you can, with IntelliSense, hover over to, for like the components. So usually when you get a package, they give you definition, description, and it tells you, it can tell you like, explain what that component does. So you can read up on there. On there, this one, it just tells you that we got our props, our route props, but it doesn't tell us our route props. So as we can see, we have our path and then our element prop. So these are our props. And we're gonna pass them to that route component, and then it's gonna run its logic. So we want our path. Then element. It's equal with a
Now let's point column.
Yeah.
Each one of those is a component, right? It's a React component. So browser router, routes, they're all components. And then the path and the elements are props that we're passing into that route component. So can you look at the route component itself?
yes.
So that doesn't make it clear on the props. It's just taking it out of the props thing.
Yeah, so this is, okay, so we can hover. Yeah, so this is a TypeScript technique. That's how they declare their types. So they'll give it a type and then route props and then declare what it means. So we could also probably go to it and it's just more. So you can see like it could get, it could be types that consist of types that consist of types. So you'll see that. And but yeah, but you can drill down and to see what they might have. Let's see. So this one's a little bit better. So this one has it listed out. So path route props. So it's the element that we're using, and then the path that we're using. So, and as you can see, it has many more props, but also that's another good thing about IntelliSense because you can use IntelliSense and it'll give you a list of all these. The question mark, you see the question marks, that just means that they're not required, essentially. Without the question mark means that if we were to have, if we were to call the route and it's using this typing, and then if we didn't use that prop, it would give us an error saying that we're missing that. Like if it was path, it would say we're missing our path prop. So you can, so even when you're using just plain JavaScript, like I said, like some things are just built on top of TypeScript and it'll still use TypeScript, even if we're project's not using TypeScript, it'll have some TypeScript tendencies. As you see, we have to drill down just to find those props. But that's where IntelliSense can help you save a lot of time. Oops, wrong button.
So just like if you were to create your own component that you're gonna pass props to, that's exactly what's happening here. Right?
Mhm.
Values is a component that was created in the browser router. We're passing path and element to it. So in route, so pretend like route was our own component. In our route component, we then have props.path, props.element, right? Unless you destructure it.
Yep. And then this is, so with that, these are all the props that are on this route component. And another one that we will use here shortly will be the children prop. Okay. So
So up to this point, does our, yeah, okay. Now we have it. If I want to set the goals. the only thing that I have to-
what's up?
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Y'all didn't see that app is now in your route. It's not below it. They're all different, they're all, the routes is a component. Routes.
Oh, that'll do it. Okay. Now you should see that your homepage is still the same, right? Yes. Any questions about that so far? Um, so as you can see,
oh,
oh, we're done. Ignore me, I'm just being random. Okay. So we got that. So if we want to add another page, you can create new files and just have them in your root, or you can actually just create a new folder and call it pages, or I guess the React instead of routes, we'll call them pages for now to make it simple. So you have pages, and then you can add so we do a pages folder, and then that folder will just make a about page. And then make a about component. And then you make your component. And then you just have a simple tag in there. And just for an example. All right, we all caught up on that? You know, second, the main page. So, we haven't changed anything on that. Or was it that's the one with the browser router, so we haven't changed anything outside of that. Okay. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can delete the one.
Yes, the one that we are not.
I just, when I created the pages folder,
Uh,
I created the about page and I created a main.
oh, no, you don't need that.
Oh.
So then we are going to import that component to our main.jsx. And then we are going to add another route. And then the path, we're gonna make it about. And then the element is going to be the about component. And then you should be able to, in the browser, after you get that, go and then do the / about, and it should bring up the about. You should see that about component put saying whatever element that you decide to render. Oh, did you?
It was a blank page. and I was like, "Yeah,
Well,
it's supposed to be
there-
there somewhere."
It's always a little thing, something like that. But it worked just fine for you?
Yeah, when I.
To fix the return, yeah.
The, I don't know if you saw my Slack yesterday, a bunch of, all of the devs at my work, have spent the last 3 months learning React. So, I 3 months is probably too long. I think they did their showcase for each other and some of the dev leadership a few months ago. But one of the directors couldn't make it, so they did another one yesterday. So all of them, there were like 8 that showed just a React app that they've been building just to learn React. And so people were doing routing, caching. One guy, this guy probably got the most discussion because he created a page about bees. And he's a .NET developer, so he created a .NET API to hold bee data. And then he called that API with React to generate a selectable list component. And then created a MongoDB so that when you created an entry, it would then store it. So it was just like, yeah. Well, the page was React and all the components were React, but he went through the rigmarole of creating his own API to call with React and creating his own MongoDB to store objects that he was saving using React components on the page. It was silly because it was just like, he likes bees, so the information was just like a fun fact that you could select a list of bees, and then it would show a picture of that bee and a fun fact about that bee. A couple of things that weren't bees, like a lot. So it was like, this is not a bee. It probably doesn't like you.
It probably Okay. So yep, the slash about, and you should see.
That's the whole point, right?
Yep. No, yeah, so this is so you don't have to stay on that first page. You can take it to different routes, be more explicit about it. So that way, if you're on that one page and you have to go through certain steps to render, to just render this, and you want it to be this, then they would have to go to that page and get to those steps, right? With this, you can copy that, paste it, and it'll take you directly to this and get you that intended rendering that you're expecting. And then
I had started a new project on the weekend, and anyway, I was like, I want to use React as intended, like single page application. So I began to kind of do it out, and you have to do it with like different states, like this and this. And so I asked ChatGPT, I was like, listen, dude, I want to do this thing, blah, blah. It was like, just use React.
Just use
Just use-
Stop.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna tell you, I tried to, I think, Barcelona.
Oh,
But it didn't work, yeah.
didn't work?
Yeah.
Like, what is it? Just error
It's-
out?
yeah.
Oh, it's just that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if it was maybe my Wi-Fi or something.
sorry, it's right.
Oh.
Dude, but
I'll look into it.
so, but the cool thing about routing packages is that you have your static routes, and then you can also do some things like, for instance, we can do a H. So now we got that tag. And wherever you route to, you should still have that same tag. So you can go through and customize the way you want it to render. So typically, like right there, you would see a nav bar, and that would be one way to just append it to the top of your site at all times. But I believe we are going to see a better way to do some dynamic routing with React Router as we go on. Okay, so now you can do a route, so you can nest your routes within another route. So as you see, we have our current routes are just self-closing. We're using them with self-closing element. So if we were to take our about and then give it a closing tag, then we can put another route in there. And this is going to be a little silly, but for now, we'll just do R. Oops. Oh. So we nest a route within there, route within our route. So it's just when you basically anytime you make something a child of something, you can essentially it's called nesting it. Um, that's just a way of saying that you're gonna, like, if you were to nest something, it's just a way to say that you're gonna make it a child of that element. So now if we would go to our application and we type about, oh, I broke something. Oh. What did I break? Is it the way that I'm calling this? It is. Maybe it is.
Is it not
Oh.
like that we're calling the same element twice?
It might be that. Let's see. I think it might be that. Or it might be. Oh, it's because of. Let me see. So we got the path dashboard, home. Let's try. I'm thinking it doesn't like us calling the same one twice, possibly. But I don't see why that would be a problem. Route index element. About actually. It might be because they need an index. Which would make it. No, that shouldn't be it. Actually, that might be it. No, wouldn't imagine that'd be it. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure why.
So do we
It
know,
might be because of the,
well, what it was? Like, it's not actually loading the other app.
yes. So we probably have to create a new,
Maybe we said it if we tried it with another page, right? Or another font.
possibly, yes. So I'll create a new. What about doing? Equals. Have it imported. Okay. Oh, that's why. So go to about. Okay, so a React or router likes it is um you have to use the outlet component and then it will render your component, your child component that way. So currently how it's set up is when we do the about context, since I put the outlet under what we already had, it just puts it's just calling that component in addition to the parent component. So, and this is not always the case with React Router because they have it another way where uh, if you do the same thing, what was it? The index way where it had not the index, the route function where it had the parentheses and then you did the path. It did it a little bit differently. So with this way, if you wanted to have it to where it was set up for the different pages, you would have it. I don't believe you don't even need a so if you wanted to do that, instead of rendering that out the path, instead of rendering the element, you could just have it to where
Oh, you could have the parent path.
path, yeah, without the element, and then it'll just show. So it'll just do the child path. So instead we could do about and make this info. So then we do about and then info. And then it'll do, so typically you would have the parent. So you can have the parent, that's a way you can make it dynamic. So if you wanted the parent to, for instance, have so like an example, they had a dashboard. So for dashboards, typically what you would see is you might see like a type of side menu that have like different options. And then it would render the different pages on the right side of that side menu. Kind of like let me see if I can pull up a dashboard image. Okay. If you can everybody see that? Let's see. Just to give you an idea of how like the dynamic routes will work. So your dashboard could consist of a side menu like this, and for like the overview, if you want to see how it has like the overview and then like the list board. So like you might have like the overview, and the overview might present all this stuff, but it'll be like the website / dashboard and then / overview. But then it might be / projects. And without this changing, this would change and it will update. And along with that, it would also update the address to that specific point. So that way you can have dynamic routes and instead of having to render different things, and there has no, what's the word? No metadata, I guess you could say, with that. So that way it makes it better. For the reason this is important is so if you were wanting to hit like for the navigation purposes, so if you want to hit the back button, people be able to back, yeah, they'll be able to go back and also just history tracking in general. So that way they can, if they want to go to their history and see what part of the pages that they were on, they can click on that page and then go to that same page that they were on, that corresponding page, if that makes sense. So that's some of like the dynamic routing we were talking about. So you can generate different things and you can set it up. You can pretty much customize it any way you want, but that's just an example of what you can do with that. So you can have it set up to where it's just different pages, or we can have something that just set on the screen. And that way, it's also good. So that way, if you were in the dashboard, but you have other parts of your application that's not the dashboard, like you have like a regular home page, you don't want that side menu on that homepage. That way they can navigate to that homepage and you don't have to do any special coding to make sure that that dashboard's not, that menu's not rendered.
Back to the outlet, the imported from Active, how that's making this happen.
Yes. So what essentially it is doing is it's, the outlet is basically saying, letting this component know that it has children that it needs to look for. So it's, and this is giving you the control of where you want that rendered in this current component, right? So if we were to put it above our H1 tag, it's gonna render it all before our H1 tag, right? So that's what that outlet is doing, is it's basically, this is just the outlet for your children component. So and all that's, it's telling it that, hey, you need to go find these. So it gives that outlet and saying, hey, you got children path. So it's gonna know that it should be looking, so when the path, when you type in that path, it's gonna correspond with that, and then it's going to render that element that's in that path.
In the outlets, wherever the outlet is.
Yes.
That's what will be rendered.
Yes. So that's essentially how it's working. But we can also see, of course, outlet props. So of course, not very much there, but yeah, it's just basically that. You'll notice that, so it's similar to, there is a, you'll see this as well. You might see where, actually, I don't know if it does it in this code. It did it in the other example. Yeah, it's not gonna do it in this code. But yeah, so there is a, where did I just at? Normally, this is what you'll see. It'll be something like this. So you might, you could either like pass a prop, or usually React knows the context of the children. So when you, so for instance, like if you pass, like have context, like you're passing context, like what Brian was mentioning earlier, you could put your children and it's telling React like, hey, this is where I want my children rendered, kind of similar to what the outlet is doing, but it's just the React router's own version. So you'll see instances of where you might tell the children that it needs to be rendered in such a way. So you'll usually see that within components, like when you're rendering a component, like with their like how the browser router is. So you might have the browser router and then it'll be children. So that way it have all the children under that being rendered along with anything else that you might have. And usually see that when you want your layout to be a certain way, that'll be an example when you'll see that. So kind of like how the dashboard thing is, they use it for the same thing as well. But like I said, it's just React Router's version of doing it. And let's see. Moving forward. Any questions? Any other questions? Yes.
This Outback is automatically training the children, but like say we wanted to have nested routes and we didn't. want to have children. I guess in mind when I have the Outback, I just have it on.
Mm-hmm.
So you have this is going to be a Pokemon application and then it's already rendering your child. And it comes back.
So let me see. Oh, could you typed in just about? Was it just a / just about by itself? Yeah. So let me see. Let's go back to it. Yeah. So you have the about. Where is it at? So normally, so another thing we could do, I want to say, is we do the. Because which one? You say it was showing the contact us?
I had it on
The wrong
there.
route.
It wasn't.
Oh, okay. Let me see. So if you give it the index element, then instead of the path, that tells it when you go to about, that's the default page that you want it to land on. Yeah, so think if you see index and it's not relative to like an array or like an array of objects or anything that so when you see index, you think either the like location of item in like an array or something, right? Or index in terms of like HTML is going to reference the home page or the you can call it like a landing page of a path. So if our index route, if we had different parents, each index, it's just going to be that initial page that you're going to land on when you just go to that path. Do what? I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
So if we nested another route inside of one of these child elements that also have an outline, it's gonna never go all the way back up and construct this full index we wouldn't have to add. So, because right now this path is just info and it goes to go back and say it's /about/info. We nested something underneath info. We wouldn't have to change those, right? Because it'll go to this info /about.
So are you saying if we were to just type in info instead of like
Well, we already have info, but say we nested something inside of info.
inside of info? Yeah.
We don't have to add any constructor, just say path is equal to info two, and it's never go back to info, it goes back to about.
In the next, yeah. So let me see. My truck. So you're saying if we had another route and the path was info 2, why do I keep forgetting? Okay. So the path was info 2. You're saying that if we were to go to the info 2, it would know it would know to go to the info, the parent. So let's see. Like that. Is that what you were expecting?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so-
just wanna make sure we didn't get it confused. I was getting into an error before we started doing all of this, saying that it wasn't giving.
Okay.
No matter how much you nest this, it'll always know.
So yeah, so if it's not defined, the default, even if it was something that was like, is this all, or I guess not. But yeah, so I thought it was supposed to be, I guess it's trying to find it, but let's see. My impression that was it would default to the top level defined item, but I guess not. But if you do have the path in there, it's just gonna, if it's not pointing to an element, it's just gonna default to the the parent element. And then these pages were just for example, and then just get some quick muscle memory. We're gonna get rid of them, and then we're gonna take a break. And then when we get back, we are going to go over fetch. So fetching data from an API. And then we're gonna build a quick example Pokemon app using the API. And then that way it's gonna give us some practice with all the things that we learned. Anybody need any code from any other files? All good.
What do you, on the index of the column?
You say what?
One of the budget on index of.
So index is telling that it's think of it like the default page to go to when you type in the parent. So index is telling that, so if you type in about, index is telling that this is the parent.
A little bit.
Or this is the default page to go to if no other page is defined. So like if you don't type in info, then it's gonna be like, okay, so we're gonna look for the main one to go to, which is the index. So we're indicating that this is the index. Yeah. And then let's see if it will give us an error if we type in another index. It might just render both of them, but let's find out. Well, that's the error.
That's why.
So it looks like, let's see. Mhm. Oh, that was the.
Your main slash valve. Oh, I wonder if that, is it opening as far as the additional surgery settings?
Any questions about React Router in general? I know it's kind of it's a little confusing. Just a little bit, but it's also one of those things, once you do it more, you'll start getting more of a concept. Your brain will become more accustomed to how it's set up. And then I know we're past the halfway mark into, before we get to our next module, which is gonna be Next, JS, and Next has its own built-in routing system. So when you use Next.js, you use their built-in routing system, which is a lot better and a lot less confusing and takes a lot less configuring. But yeah, it seems like it'd be a good time to go ahead and just take a break. Be back at say 12:25. Like I said, we're gonna do quick. We're pretty familiar with API, so we're just gonna go over that real quick, what fetching looks like in React, and then work on our application. Not showing up for you.
Give us that, you don't have a slash. So, wait, you have two index, is that?
So I was testing it.
Oh.
I was saying what happens if we had two indexes.
Okay, so you should have slash.
Yes.
Does it just show?
So he doesn't have the scroll to the top. You're not. The info is supposed to be yeah, you're.
You have the outlet and. Well, but the contact us is not a child of the app.
It's supposed to be. So if you have the about page, which it's gonna, it should take you to, it's gonna automatically route you to the index one. And then the second one is you're gonna be /about/info. Is that what you have with the about /? Was it type about first? Yes, about. Oh, yeah.
So if I change this. So if you use the index, so if we put this back to path. Info, right? Yours already running.
I think.
Yeah, it's yours is working.
What is my about us code?
It's just got the outlet. Does it matter what?
Does it matter that I have it,
Mm.
it's all right?
No.
Well, oh, you know what? I think you were about to go over it. Try. Always something simple like that. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, the index on contact us instead of one map. Change that index.
Oh, okay. So.
What was that? The open floor plan.
Oh, actually, that'll be size. So we just had the index on the wrong one.
So the index means it's gonna go straight to the page if you know when the numbers to put it.
Just so we go, we.
You're actually with it right now.
I mean, I do some light coding and stuff at work, but I need more in CMS. I
Oh,
wanna like get out of that. I've worked at 2 jobs so far as a developer and there. And so it's just being talked with myself.
Oh.
Being talked with teaching hospital.
So like WordPress or?
Yeah, WordPress, Squarespace, Shopify. all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
So I've got-
that's WordPress.
yeah. But I'm really familiar with how to like change up their backend books and stuff there, but it's hard to stay for myself and not having an actual team. Plus it comes back. Yeah.
Is,
You don't wanna use that. Platform's pretty old now.
Yeah.
It's a side project that I have, it's kind of very CMS.
Mhm.
It's using Go High Level. First, they're supposed to like, I'm supposed to create a website.
Mhm.
And so it's not. CMS thing. Right, so whoever signed up.
Mhm.
But now, it's Go High Level thing, it's a CMS system.
You gotta do it their way.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Which I didn't know, like, I was like. So, I did it for me, basically easy. And then they want a calendar, they want the calendar stuff function, and then I started looking at the calendar. I rented it, but it was like blank. I told them, okay, started with this, they're like, okay, let's use this CMS system. And then they rent us a calendar, but I had code. I was like, get that code into. like, function of the CMS system.
Yeah.
I'm more like, I CMS thing.
Like they have a lot of documentation, but it's like you said, their way.
Yeah.
And you have to figure out how to do it in their way,
Yeah.
but still understanding the documentation for the others.
And like how clients.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. I guess I didn't check to make sure it was still plugged in.
Wherever we have like a big marketing department, and they use CMS and even like a third-party platform hosting system to kind of let, so it's franchise model, right? So there's like 800 franchises, each of them has a website that's for them. Yeah. And so in each of them, all of the franchisees should have some ability to like customize. So our marketing department has web devs, they have this whole content management tool to create basically infinite number of websites that all follow the exact same look and feel that they can dictate on their end. That's totally separate from like the technology group who then makes web apps and websites and right. And so it's always great whenever like we have to work with them, because what they're trying to do is always like pull something in to the CMS, and we're trying to like build functions, that functionality of like you go to the site and you can do things. It's not just kind of a read only. Yeah, and so then their site's linked to ours because ours is where you can actually do actions. Theirs is just information.
Yes, I can see that. It's great. Story. You want it to like care.
You want it to be store.com/admin or admin store. And so, yeah, that's what they do. It's very clever. There was a problem a few weeks ago where somebody emailed marketing, and whenever somebody has a problem with their site, they just email marketing, and then they complain to us that something's broken. It is never us. It is never us. But they do zero triage. So it goes, neither does the product owner, the team that does a lot of front end. So it'll go from like one user has a problem to like the team chat is now alight with the product owner freaking out because the marketing director is freaking out. And I'm always like, bro, you gotta stop doing this. Just ask 2 questions. Like, is this really a problem and what have you done? Like, don't just pass it to the dev team. But one time, one of the franchise offices decided on their own they wanted to get some tracking built into their site. So they added in their specific version of their marketing site some script stuff to like for a third-party service to start tracking. Well, what it was doing is it would then change all of the elements on the page. As soon as the page was rendered, it would then change every element on the page so that it had some like tracking code in it. And that broke their ability to pull in our job feed that we need, because it was changing the element source to be tracking code plus our job feed. And so our job feed was like, no, we are not going to render here. I was like, wow, it's not us. We did not break it. The user went in and added some third-party tracking. Stop. Don't do that. But then they complained that something was broken. You know, like that. The concern came from them. That our job feed doesn't show up anymore.
So it must be the job.
It's the job.
Yeah.
It's not the tracking.
Not to-
Well, any questions so far? Love, hate, React Router? One. Yeah.
So this is similar to like the app that you did last.
The what? I'm sorry.
Is this similar to the app that we and the app that posted on the last? So
This is different. well, what did we do with the app side? That was on the server side when we were doing that. Okay.
That, the posting and getting is like the passing and receiving of data
Mhm.
between systems. This is more like creating the illusion of multiple web pages. Or I guess it's not really even an illusion, it's just creating multiple web pages on a site.
This is front end, that was back.
Mhm.
Well, that was communicating.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with getting with the server. This is just React having pages.
Mhm.
Because ultimately, the idea of a single page application is really only if you don't need to do navigation. And for a user, having a about page that has about information and a contact page that has contact information and a profile page has profile information. Like, I want to see a different screen every time I navigate between those. And I want the URL to show me where I am without, that's just like how a user thinks. And so having a, page.com with no padding or no routing means everything is getting rendered on a single page. And if you get lost, it might be hard to figure out where you are and the path tells you. So
Yeah, this is essentially your application's way of telling the browser what we're doing. So the browser can do its thing and make life easier for the user so that it can keep. So if you went to 3 different pages and you ended up on the wrong page, all you got to do is hit the back button. But without the routes, there's no way for them to go back to where they were. They have to manually recreate that. And it's just to help create a better user experience. So, well, that's just one of the ways, one of the uses to help create a better user experience. And it's also good for you as well as a developer, because then you can isolate specific things to specific routes and pages. And in that way, if you're breaking anything, it's isolated to that route so if it's trying to pull it from there and you're not trying to, because you also always have that possibility of, what's the word? Muddy in the waters in a sense. So it helps to eliminate that so there's no confusion and stuff like that. It's just as well as an organization thing.
like, I was just thinking about this example. We have a single page application at work. And when you refresh the browser, this action that a user will do. I know that it's a single page app and it refresh. It will just take you back to the first default view page. Because it's a single page application, all the navigation that I might do in the app, all in that one page. It doesn't take me anywhere else. There's no tab. So when I refresh or hit back or anything like that, it doesn't work the way that you think it would, because it's one single page application. Whereas if it had, like a time card, we have a time card screen. If I clicked on the link, the navigation link to time cards, and it opened the time card screen, and the path changed to time cards, if I hit refresh, it's going to refresh the time card screen. Instead, it's still just the app, but path. When I hit refresh, it takes me to the default for that page, which is 2 pages.
So is it like in the nineties, we got websites and then the web apps? So what?
Yeah, so basically React went, hey, we made this awesome thing, it does all this awesome stuff, and then people were like, but I want to go back.
I want to go back.
Yeah.
And
Let me go back.
And so they said, oh man, this old thing with all these routes that we didn't want in our fancy new thing, we kind of need it. But we can't do it because we have a virtual DOM. So we can't just go back and forth, there's no navigation. So they're like, oh, okay, we create a
Mhm.
It's taking 975 and like shoving it into React. You know, and you'll see, not to spoil there, but in Next, they were like, oh, this was kind of a good idea. And they do, yeah, they do routing folder based
Mhm.
instead.
Yeah, that's why I said it's so much better and more organized and easier to handle in Next.js. So, and you can do some pretty cool things with it as well, outside of just only routing. All right, so we are going to go ahead and get a quick go over fetching, some calling the API in React. So we're gonna build a little quick Pokemon application today. So we're gonna be using the Poke API. And then, let's see.
What's API stand for? I am with that.
Yep, there you go. And then I'm gonna put this in the Slack. Okay. So we'll go ahead and start over. We'll just delete our current route, and then we can just delete our about and contact us page. Like I said, that was just for, well, actually, I'm not gonna delete them because I need to copy them later. So we will, you can leave them if you want to. So for our pages, we'll get that later. Oh no, I forget it does that. So we're gonna have, we'll get rid of all the extra code in the app.jsx. So just give you an idea of what our app was gonna be. We're gonna make it kind of look like this. This is a project that somebody made using the same Poke API that we're gonna be using. So we're just gonna have pull in Pokemon, and then we're gonna go to, when we click on it, we're just gonna go to a little quick Pokemon page. It doesn't have to have all this, it'll just be a basic page. You can just pull. Right now, we just want to pull in the Pokemon name, a picture, and then a description. And all of this is coming from the API. All right. So first thing we're gonna have to do is, of course, reach out to the API, interact with the API. So we can have we'll do a components folder. Okay, I missed. Then we'll do Pokey cards. Well, before I forget, because we have not set this project up with Tailwind and Daisy so that we can style our project. So we're going to npm install Daisy UI. Inside the Pokey app terminal. So we're going to npm install Daisy UI. Then we're going to npm. Once we're done with that, the Daisy UI.
Just so you'll know, you can install multiple packages at one line.
You
You can do PMI, UI, space, Tailwind, space.
You can. Tailwind CSS.
Also be aware that chat and other AI bots will make up packages. And bad actors, I suppose, it's called, will get a hold of that and download a package that is now there, that they put some junk into. Make sure you look at your packages. Like go to NPM and look at it, see. It was made yesterday, it was like 7 million stars.
I know people get so creative when they're doing crazy stuff like that. Okay. We got our packages installed. And then in our index CSS, we're going to clear it out. And at the top, we're going to import our Tailwind. Oh, will it help if I did the and then also our plugin, Daisy UI. I'm doing this a little out of order. Just a little. And then in our, did we get that? Our index file? Okay. Then our Vite config. We're going to import. Oh, I spelled it. Hold up, did I miss an import with Tailwind? Oh yeah, we need the Tailwind Vite. That's what it was. So we need to npm install at tailwind/Vite. Oh, Tailwind CSS. I knew I was forgetting something. Tailwind CSS/Vite. luckily I didn't download any. The Tailwind CSS? Yeah. So. Oop, that's pulled up. Where is? This is gonna be the, here, I'll go here. Correct. And now we can import Tailwind CSS from Tailwind CSS Vite. And then we're gonna add it into our plugins. Oops, sorry. Right there. That is why. And don't forget that CSS files can be strict with the semicolon. But the orange squiggly line is still gonna work. You should be fine. All right. Does everybody got everything? Good. Need to see which one we need to see. The Vite. The edge. Oh, so in the CSS, the index.css. So the what? I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. So with that, we're gonna be, so our Poke cards, just like we seen in this example, we're going to create a list of cards that automatically generate based on the data that we pull from the API, right? So ours will just have it with the Pokemon in the name. Keep it simple. So we're gonna do the export default function, Poke cards. return. Okay. So as mentioned earlier, we're gonna have to get those, get that information from that API. So what we're going to do is do a fetch. Similar. So this is basically the same way for just in like regular JavaScript, essentially. So we're gonna go ahead and grab, and this is just for reference. So we're just gonna keep it basic. This is just to give you an idea of how our Pokemon list is gonna come out. It doesn't need to look exactly like this. You can add your own personal flair to it, but right now we're gonna focus on the functionality. So, on the API, their version 2, and we want to get, let me zoom in. We're gonna get Pokemon. And then we just want the Pokemon for now. Let's see, they can call you. So that's the Pokemon. We want to get in a list of Pokemon. Okay. So it doesn't, what does it say here? It doesn't say it on the actual Pokemon right here, but up here, resource list and paginations. So it says calling any API endpoint without a resource ID or name will return a paginated list of available resources for that API. So some APIs will return like I said, a paginated list, which means it just returns basically a limited number of results per call. And then this one has it set up to where it gives you the total count. So it's set up, it gives you the total count for that API, the one you're accessing. So if we were to access the Pokemon endpoint, I believe it's like 1,300 for a total count. So it gives you total count, and then it's automatically going to bring a set number. I want to say, I don't know the default number. And then it's going to give you, next with this API refers to get the next page of results. And then the previous is the previous page of results. So if you're on the first page, then it's going to be null, and then you're going to have your results. And then you also want to pay attention to these values, because these key value pairs, because these are what you're going to be accessing to drill down to get the information you need, right? So let's go back to Pokemon. So this is an example of them. Where's the Pokemon? So this is a specific Pokemon. This is a return. So let's see what it looks like if we just call the API. So if you type it in the browser, it's just going to automatically do a get, and then it's going to return it. And you can do the pretty print to make it look better. And so this is that count, 1,302. So it defaults to 20. And then that's if we want to get the next value, which is real simple. To get the next value is the offset of 20. And then the limit is 20. So the limit shows how many you want to show at a time. So if we put that parameter in, so we put a question mark, and then we did a limit equals 100, and then we sent it. And then this API, it does it where it does the offset at the same value 100. So every time you go to the next URL, it's going to increment that by the same value of 100. So we put that in there and we're going to get the next 100. And you can see that this time it's offset by 200. So that means it's going to skip the first 200 values and it's going to start at 201 basically. That makes sense. So that's something you can also use to your advantage, because if you know it's going to do something, if it has predictive behavior like that, you don't have to necessarily just copy the URL every time. You can generate your own paginated values per se. So if you want to list the page numbers out and you know page 1 is going to have the first 100 and page 2 is going to have the next 100 after that, then with this API, it's pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? It's predictable. So you can generate your own code to handle that instead of having to go through each one and then steal the URL and assign it that way. So that's something to keep in mind when you're accessing APIs. You can take advantage of their predictive nature as well. So with that, we'll go back. And then we're going to do our limit. Oh, we'll just keep it at the default of 20. So with that, I'm going to copy this link. And we want it for the fetch. We're going to put it as a string. So what's happening with the fetch is taking that value, it's making an API call. And then if you probably remember, we did a .then. So that's telling it, so once you get the response from this API, then we're going to do this. So with this, you can actually .then, you can even put it on the next line if you want to make it look more readable. So we're taking that response and we're going to give it a variable. We're going to declare it as the RES, which stands for just the response. Then we're going to make a function. So with that, what we want to do is we got the response, and then we're going to return response dot JSON. So what that does is it gets that response, transforms it into JSON, which is the same format that we seen when we were looking at it in the browser. So now that we got it in JSON, we want to do another .then. This time we're going to declare it as just data. And this is just like industry standard stuff that we're doing when we're working with APIs. This is just typically what you'll see. If you want it to be fancy and name it whatever you want it, declare it as whatever you want it, you can. But this is just the industry standard, what most people would expect if they were to be looking at your API calls, they would expect to see something similar to this.
That's not React.
Yeah, that's just JavaScript. All right. So now we got our data. So now that we're getting our data back, we can also log it. Data. Data. But typically when we get when we make a call, we only want to have to make that call once, so we're not using a ton of resources, right? So one thing, or not one thing, a method that's typically used is we use a combination of use state and use effect. So we'll go ahead and import the use state. So we're going to use the use state to store our data that we get from our API. And then we're going to use the use effect to determine our policy for when we will make the call to that API, right? So we're going to do that from React.
Yeah.
Oh.
One of the two.
And then.
Yeah, so it's the then function. See how it's, so there's. Okay, so you're opening it, you're closing it right here. This whole function is inside that then. Right, so kill that second guy. This one. So,
When you
oh, you finish here.
so when you
And the,
so what would you do?
it's one right.
There.
And then
My way.
oh, I think. Now, when you look at those dot thens, the parentheses get confusing, right? Because yeah, you started here and you ended here. So this is the parameters or argument order that's being passed in these guys. But this is the dot then open close. And then open close and open close.
Yeah. So it looks like, so you have the dot then, like right here. So this is what it looks like. It's then. It's like the then is just basically another function, right? So then when you're in there, so you could consider like you got that function, then you're declaring like basically it's like basically like a self-declaring parameter. I forget the technical term, but the data that is being transferred from that then, you're taking that data and then you're giving it this name. So you're giving it that name, and then you're making, so that's the parameter, and then you're making it into a function where all that data is now being recognized as that variable. So then if there were values, like key value pairs on there, then it would be just like accessing the object where you go in and then trying to drill into it and get all that information. So this is when you see the dot, then this is the initial form that it's really taken. So you gotta know it opens with a parenthesis and the whole thing is just gonna end, like what Brian said, end. Right. So now,
What
yeah.
is, what is this called? What is this concept of not then? So that's close. So that's the second way you can do it. You could use a wave and anything.
Mhm.
So it's promises, right? So we're saying, hey, promise that you're gonna send me something back. Right? That's not then in a single way to do. So we're grabbing this API and saying, okay,
Mhm.
promise to give you something back. When you get it back, then do whatever. If again, those async to wait, it's have async function, and then the wait, line, sort of variable. There's a catch to that, which you might, I don't know if you're gonna get on, but you can use async in UseEffect or in Index.
Mhm.
So those you do have to go over differently. The
Yes.
not then is really kind of a safer bet, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. Yup. You have
I
a.
don't know.
This response or the response.
Yes. So you're taking that response, you're transforming it into JSON. So, and then we're gonna evaluate it as well in the browser. See, we're gonna compare the response to the data verse before it's transformed into JSON. So now we're gonna do our use effect. So Pokemon, and then we're gonna set Pokemon. Okay, if I could spell. State. And then we're gonna have it default as an empty array. Now, we're gonna go ahead and do a use effect. It's gonna have that. Open close parentheses. Yes. Oh no. So we got that. And then we're gonna move our fetch code into that use effect.
The use effect, you wrote the fetch code inside the use effect.
Yep, I just took all the fetch code and just pasted it in that use effect. And then I gave it an empty dependency array. So that way, on the initial render, it's gonna go make that call. It's only gonna make it once on the initial render. Yep, got it. Cool. Thank you. So now we got, oh, wrong one. Okay, so now we're gonna call or import, oops. We're gonna import our Poke cards. And then let's see what happens. Make sure I'm running it for. So make sure the application is running. Okay. Then we're gonna check our console. Oh, we got our routes. We also got to make sure that we're maintaining our routes. Path. Element equals. So we want to make sure that we go back to creating our home, our index page, which is going to be the / itself. We got that. So our app.jsx has our Poke cards. And then as you can see, it is console logging. So let me zoom in on that. So we can compare the values.
Like it's running my function twice. Oh, that's right, it's a, on the dev build that will run that, so it's twice.
Yeah. Of course. Now, are y'all able to see the data in the console? Okay. So then, yeah, you should be able to compare and see the format of the response versus once we format it ourselves. And you can see it's a little bit different. which is to give that, to give you an idea of why we have to do the response, transform the response to JSON. So, that you know why you're doing the two dot then instead of just taking the data directly and using that, because then you'll have some errors because it'll think you're trying to, because especially since the key for the response is response, that initial, and then it has other elements to it. So we're wanting to take that and make sure we parse it correctly. So we got a Pocket cards. Now, and then with this, you can get rid of the console logs if you want to. I'm gonna get rid of the response one, keep the data one. But then we want to set our, the Pokemon that we did pull in, we want to set it as our Pokemon data. Yeah, we're gonna set the state. And then for my sake, I'm just gonna call this list and then set Pokemon list. And then we're gonna set Pokemon list as our data. So now once the page loads, it's gonna do that initial render because we have a empty dependency array. It's going to run only on the initial render, and then it's gonna run that, and it's gonna set, it's gonna get the data from the API, then it's gonna set that data as our Pokemon list. And then, so from now on, when we reference our Pokemon list, it's gonna be using that data directly. So we are going to.
So what is the data?
Yeah, that's the. That's from the API. So we're calling the API. The API, so it's fetch, and we're getting a response. So once we get our response, the then is working in reaction to the response. So once we get a response, it's gonna execute this, it's gonna set that response, we're setting it as this, and then we're gonna return response.json. And since we have that return statement, it's returning that value. So you can consider it as our personal response. So it's gonna do that, it's gonna take that data that we return, and it's gonna declare it as data. And then we're gonna do what we want with it, which is we're gonna console log it, and then we're gonna set our Pokemon list as that data. That's what we're naming the data that we get. And like I said, that's just the typical naming convention for when you're doing the API call. So that's typically what you'll see the response. And data and all that good stuff. So now we are going to, like I said, we wanted to create cards for each Pokemon. So one thing we would do, kind of similar to what we did when we made our static site with we had the cards and we had multiple cards and we were mapping through. We want to do that. So the map function is going to be one that you'll see a lot of. And if you don't remember what the map function is it's a method on arrays. So you have different methods for different, so you have methods for objects, methods for strings, methods for arrays, things like you learned in your JavaScript course. And map is going to be one of the popular ones that you'll use. So what we would do is we're gonna do our curly brackets and we're gonna do Pokemon, our Pokemon list, dot map. You say what? Yeah, we'll have like a little arrow function inside the map. So we're gonna declare. So what map is doing is kind of like, if you remember, like the for each. So map is saying like basically for each item in the array, we're gonna do this. So it's mapping through and doing that. And it's just a little bit better than the for each because it has the so like for instance, we'll declare it. We're gonna create our prospect basically. So the value that we're gonna assign or that we're gonna declare are values, so we can just so we expect that each item in the Pokemon list is gonna be a Pokemon, right? So we remember correctly when we made that call. Where's that? Let me see. Let me make a call again. Just so we can have a visual. So this is the data we're gonna get back. So we're going to have to drill into and get the results, and then so yeah, never mind. Before we read. So we can also, because we really only want our data to be the Pokemon themselves. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna make our data dot results our Pokemon list. So we'll do data dot results. And then we should, oh, well, I got that open code in there. So we should expect, since it's results, and it's kind of weird, you can see it has the URL, but so we have the results. So each individual item is a different Pokemon, right? So, and it's returning the Pokemon's API route. So the Pokemon one. So I'll show you a trick. So like I said, we can take advantage of the API's predictive nature, right? So if we know, so we know the Pokemon ID, then we can predict what path we'll need to be able to pull the image from, right? Instead of having to hit this, fetch this API every time to get the image and then parse through the data and pull the image that way, we can predict what the URL is going to be, and then we can pull the image that way. So we'll get to that here in a second. So now that we got the Pokemon list, we're gonna declare it as Pokemon because each item that's gonna go through is gonna be a Pokemon. So that's one good way to remember it. And let's see. Hold on. Did I add something that I wasn't supposed to? Boom, boom. Where did this come from? Okay. So now we know that we want to, for each Pokemon, we want to create a card, right? So we're going to have a div, and then we're going to give it, since we're using Daisy AI, we can declare our card in the class name by doing card. And then give it a shadow small. And then where's our Daisy UI? So we're gonna go to Daisy so we don't have to guess. Go to card, see what it is. So we got our card. Yeah. And then we'll also give our card a width of 36. That should work for now. Do the figure. So in our figure, we're gonna have a, well, we're not gonna do the image right now because we gotta get the image make up for the UI, see how it's composed. But we are gonna do we're gonna do H2 tag with class name. And that's gonna be card dash title. And then we're gonna do curly brackets for where the text is gonna be. And it's gonna be Pokemon. Let's see what it was. It was name. So Pokemon dot name. Oh, that's why. So almost forgot because so when you're mapping through in a JSX, you can do it with curly braces or parentheses. If you do with the curly braces, you have to have a return statement in there for it to return the value. So that's what I left out here. That error? Yes.
It's all there, what is?
Yeah, it took me a while too. I was like, what is happening? And it just got to the point where I was just guessing. I was like, okay, do I do curly braces? Do I need? And then I finally figured out, like, if you're just doing like a simple return and you just like a simple div, but here, because we're not, so you usually, so let me tell you, I just did curly braces, but typically you would use the curly braces if you were going to have like a function or anything within, like you were going to be creating any functions or any variables or anything that you were going to declare within the map. However, if you're just only going to be returning like the like HTML elements or anything like that, then you can just do the curly braces. So that's typically parentheses. Dang it. I knew I was gonna mess it up. I was calling quotation marks parentheses last week. I knew I was gonna, okay. It got me. It got me this time.
Yeah, so if you're just returning JSX, you just do the implicit return. Because you just do the parentheses, right? No curly braces needed. That's if it's implicit. If you want to explicitly say return, you gotta do curly braces.
Yes. So, yes. So we need to, so it's working. So we're pulling our Pokemon. You can't see the card because well, it's the same color. You can barely see it if you look hard, but for my MacBook, that is default to dark, prefer dark. It makes everything dark. And the reason it does that is because of Daisy UI's theming with the cards. So I believe it has set up to handle light and dark mode. So that's why my cards are coming back dark automatically. Is because I would just have to go in and set it up to look a different way, like a different color that's dark for dark mode. If I want to do that, I'll just get rid of dark mode completely. So one thing so since we're returning a div for each one, well, we want to remember I had an error here. Where is it? You can see. What was it? So it said each child in the list should have a unique key prop. You want to remember to do your key, or else you're going to get that error and it won't let you. It might render. Sometimes it'll render. You might have some odd situations where it won't render because of that, but it won't let you build out the project with that error. So we're going to add our key prop. And an easy way to handle this is, like I said, with the map, you could, it's good because it has you can declare the variable, each item as a variable, but you can also do the index. So we'll call it index, and you can make your key that index as well. So it's an easy way to handle your key props to give them that unique value. And then boom. All right, so now we want to render our images. So we would go back to our Pokemon API. And so this is the example, or I'm sorry, before I get ahead of myself, anybody still need this code? Oh, good. Huh? You said what?
Yeah. Let me see the book.
Are you getting that error?
Yeah.
Is it?
So you're in it.
It just wants to get what show up.
Is it? Okay.
You scroll.
Yes, sorry. To the you.
save.
And just so you all are aware, part of your homework will be, so we'll have this, and then part of your homework will be to create the route for your Pokemon, your separate Pokemon. And then before we go, I want to be able to show you how to create that dynamic route. So that you can do that, so that you don't have to obviously create a page for each Pokemon, right? You just dynamically create a page based on that Pokemon name and how to handle that as well. Yes. Okay.
Is yours, we got a browser.
Browser. That's just the names.
No, we're not seeing the name. Color thing. Wait, it's color. Get to the console.
It is also, did you? Did you change the name like that? Route. That's really beautiful.
Oh, I think we're not setting. We're just console.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta set this there. If you're taking the data back, which you're not actually setting it in. Yeah, so this is just console logging. So instead of that, we can actually put it in. So just hit it. So now I'm getting the data, right? You want it to be its Pokemon list. That's what this is for. That Pokemon list. This is a function. It is a function. Remember everything functions. So inside here, that's what it's gonna set Pokemon data.
So we're also,
Like a key fob?
Nope.
Just
In your log data, that's what we're seeing on your browser, right? That array of Pokemon.
Right.
So that's what we're putting.
we're also doing data dot results. Results.
Now it doesn't store results. So we know that. Go back to that. So here, this whole thing is data, right? This will get back some data. So that's the array data. That's what. Now, should.
Okay. What was I? So now we wanted to get we want to be able to generate an image, right? Based on the Pokemon. So let's see. We're gonna go and see if we can find an image. Let's see. Ability. Clefairy. Have the form, indices, held items. Move, version group species, name, URL.
Would be like image in the kind of HTML folder, like source.
You say do what?
Would it be like an image, how we get images from HTML? Like that.
Yeah, the source, yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna do that and we're gonna use the URL generation. Where is?
That generation URL. IP URL.
Which one was it? Cause that's the generation that they're part of. Am I missing something? Am I blind?
Oh, it's under sprites.
Under sprites.
Yeah, go up. I've got sprites.
Oh. There it goes.
It's interesting that that was the only one that they didn't expand. Everything else is expanded by default.
So let's see.
Oh, like that would be
Yeah,
HTML.
yeah. Okay.
There's you back there.
You gotta,
Okay.
for some reason. Okay, let's see if this will work. We're gonna do. Well, it pulled up. This is just a test, so they're all gonna be the same. Just pulling up the image for you. Yep. Okay. They're all Clefairies.
So would we be able to do like maybe dynamic and have the source pull from the ID, which just reference the index versus Pokemon /whatever, and that number there, that's the ID. So would we be able to just replace that with a variable, with the variable for index, and then it would show the correct.
So you could do that. However, because if we were to update our Pokemon list with, let's say we were to update our Pokemon list with the next page of Pokemon, then it would use those same images in incrementing order.
It needs to be tied to the data's ID specifically, not the index.
Correct. So there is a way we could do the same thing based on the page, right? So we know that we're going to be offsetting. So you could do it your way. You just have to add an additional step where if we know that, for instance, the default limit is 20 Pokemon, and if we know that, and we know that every page is gonna be plus 20 to the previous value, then we know page 2 would be the offset of 20. So we would just have to factor that value into the current index. So like whatever the index was, if we were to have like let's say a U state that was calculating which page we were on, then we could do it that way. So when you do things like that, you just want to consider like what could possibly go wrong, like how can this break? So if there was somehow some type of like it got out of sync somehow, which in this case would be unlikely because it's super simple, right? Then we'd have to worry about that. So if we did do, for instance, let's do it like this. We'll make it the back ticks with the curly braces. To do, remember, wait, what happened? What is this? Oh, back to cut it. Do we remember what this is called with the curly braces and the back ticks? Yep, you're on the right track. Temperate literal, yes, temperate literal, yes. So, so we could do that, and then we could replace. So this is taking that ID, the 35, and then we could replace that with index. And then it's pull them up. So, but there's a problem with that. Does anybody know what the problem with just using index is? It starts at 0. So we could either handle it right here and just do a +1, or we can just declare a variable beforehand. So now it puts it in the right order. So, and then if we wanted, so like I said, going back to earlier, it's a little complicated way of handling it because you would think that they would have to have an API call. I feel like they do for the images that you can call directly and it just pulls that same link. I'll have to look into it to double check. But I could have swore I synced it with my own eyes, but I might be wrong. But another thing we could do is we can handle, if we, like I said earlier, remember when we were talking about the pagination, and if we know what the limit is, then we can predict all the page numbers based on the count as well. So we could do another use state and then current page set. And then we know it's going to be a number. So we're going to, the current page, we want to start with the first page. So it's going to be 1. And then the term that they were using for the offset was, or yeah, well, it was offset. So we can even keep it in the same. So we can do offset, set, offset. Equals use state. And then we know that the default for the API is 20. So our initial offset is going to be 20, right? And then if we got an offset and we know that our offset is going to change, there's, if we're not explicitly setting the offset in the API call itself, What else, if you remember from the API, changes the offset value? It would be the limit. So we have to have our own limit. Set limit. Oops. Equals use date. And we know the default limit is 20, same as the offset. So now if we know that, in order to be able to change our limit in the API, we're gonna have to adjust our fetch. And in order to make it dynamic, we are going to have to change it to a temperate literal. So we replaced the quotation marks with the backticks. Okay. Uh-oh. So anytime you have parameters in an API call in a URL, the parameters are always going to be preceded with a question mark, and that tells this is communicating to the API, letting it know that you're getting ready to pass parameters. So, I don't like that. We are going to make, oops, I did it wrong. It's going to be limit equals, sorry. Then it's going to be limit. So that tells it, oh, that our limit. So we're explicitly mentioning the limit instead of letting it just go to the default value. Okay. All right. You say what? Uh-huh.
Oh,
Oh, the default. Well,
Which one?
the default. The first one. It's showing their back. Actually, yeah, because we're gonna want to change that. I wonder. It does say back. Yeah, if you get rid of back, it'll show their front. Hmm? Yeah. And I tried to limit myself on how much for familiarity I came in with the API so that you can see how you got to work around some things. Because that's pretty common. Like you might have to do some workarounds with the API, like how we found out, like if we want to get the pictures, without having to fetch a separate API every time. We have to hard code it with that. Huh? Oh, sorry.
And eventually we're gonna need to, what we're doing right now,
Mhm.
that list that we're getting back, it doesn't have anything in it, but the name and the actual API for that
Mhm.
specific.
So like with the cards, we're just gonna have the Pokemon name and the image.
Yeah.
So, but then when you click on the card, because we're gonna make it clickable, when you click on it, it's gonna take you to a separate page. Yeah, but that one's a little bit easier because all you do is we're doing that same API fetch that we're doing. And we're doing, instead of any parameters, we're just doing Pokemon, because it ends with Pokemon. So Pokemon / and then ID.
Whatever that is.
Yeah. So the same way we're gonna be getting the ID from here, we're gonna be doing we're gonna be passing that to generate the link, because then we can create link. Yeah, we're gonna create each link to be able to do that, so that you can make that call, or so that you can make that path dynamically. Oh, sorry. And then access it. But I'll make that like part of the homework. I'll send you the correlating documentation. So that way you can get some hands-on practice on referring to documentation, having to troubleshoot through some things. And then of course, if you have any issues, you can always ping me and I can help you out with that. And then if y'all feel like it'd be helpful, I could probably do like a little short video that you can reference on your own time, showing like the completed solution and like how we got there and all that different stuff. If you feel like that would be helpful at that time, because I want you to get more hands-on experience working things out on your own and just getting your brain developing that like developer mindset. Which you all want, but at some point you're gonna hate yourself for it, because I was setting up a new TV yesterday and all I could think about is all the code they were doing to do a lot of things. And just so you're aware that a lot of TV applications are made in React as well. So yeah, it's pretty crazy that what you can do in React. So it's pretty versatile.
Somebody said Netflix also, right? Like Netflix.
Yeah, so Netflix is made in React. And if you, what's the word? If you look into like the history of Netflix in React, you'll see like it's pretty crazy. I can see if I can find the video that I'm talking about. Or it was also an article. There's an article and then there's a video covering the article and talking about it from a YouTuber who used to work at Netflix, and he went through the process, and Netflix went through some pretty crazy stuff with React. So what time is it? So we got a few minutes. I just want to go through the formula for calculating the offset, because the formula we use to calculate the offset, if I had to put it in the Slack, I'll just put it in the Slack. But the formula we use to calculate the offset will be what we use to determine the Pokemon ID as well, if that makes sense. So I say it's real simple. So it's just gonna be the offset is just gonna be, so we know that the offset is going to be whatever the limit, the initial offset is gonna be whatever the limit is. So if we know that each page is just the accumulated value of the limit, we can just do a simple current page times the limit. So with that, we can just declare let me see. What was I gonna do? Okay, so we got the offset set. I was going to put it as, we should be able to, okay, that's why. So we want to actually do another use effect for this. And then, so we want to know that every time the current page changes, that's when we want to update the offset. So. Or what am I set? Offset to current. So now we got that offset. And then, so now, every time our current page updates, which is what we're looking to determine our offset value. So we know if it's page 2, no, that's wrong. Page 2 times 20. It'd be, yeah, because I think the offset, so it'd be 20. What am I thinking here? It's not times limit. It's current page. Let's do, I think my brain lost me here. I had it and then I lost it. So we know current page, if it's times 1. Oh. Minus 1. Times limit. So current page 1. And if it's 0. Yeah, so then we want to make sure, because if it's 1, then it's going to be 0 times limit. And actually, no, that's right, because if it's page 1, then there is no offset. So 0 is still right. So yeah. Okay, that's where I was confusing myself. I had the right answer, but the right answer didn't sound right at first. Okay, so then now every time that is updated, then it's going to create that offset. So now we can use the offset value to dynamically determine. So we can do Pokey ID equals index plus 1. Pokey ID index plus 1. Or let's do index plus
-1.
is it -1?
Plus or plus.
I think.
That's the index.
Yeah, we're running short on time, so, but I think that's right. That should be the basic setup for getting that. So let's see, did I break something? Something broke. Let's see what,
We haven't set the limit. Well, for
oh, we have, you say what?
For okay, we make sure they have like lead policy.
Yeah. Did I not do that? You're right. I tend to do that. And then let's see, we can test it. So right now, we don't have, so that's something you can do. I'll put more instructions, but you're gonna want to create like a drop or some form of paging through, and then, like I said, part of your homework would be the documentation for React on creating those dynamic routes. And then we can set, so we can test it by setting the current page to 3 and then see what happens.
we may want to also just for
The bubble sort.
set the offset to 0 by default.
You're
Because
right.
we're down doing the formula to add the index to it.
Yep, that was a good point. And then limit. And then we gotta do, oh, we do have to, so we gotta explicitly declare the offset as well. Let's see. So we're still getting bubble sort, and because I'm not updating. Oh, because I'm not. So then we could really move. Wait a minute. No. Yeah. Move that to the top since they have the same dependency. That should work. Maybe not.
And we're still setting the limit, that's the number, so that the index is being, right,
So limit, so current price limit.
Well, no, we are setting the offset, we have a use effect to set offset by the limit, so that means the. No, it's multiplication, so it's 0.
Hold up, there is. So it's pulling
Unless we're
the,
getting different images.
where are we pulling the images from? Okay, hold up. I know, okay, so we're gonna do this instead.
Do you set offset for call? So doing the call, then setting our offset, that would change our call.
Yeah, so that's why I was creating the variable for the API instead. So that way. What am I doing wrong here? Can we do that? Actually, no, I need to, okay, so I'll fix it, because I need to make the fetch, its own independent, function, and then we'll just call that function, and when it needs to be updated. So that's where I confused myself on, yeah, so, I was trying to rush through, because I know we're getting toward the end of class, but, so that's why I'll create the updated, so the solution will be, create a function that updates every time, that runs every time it needs to be updated. Because this initial use effect runs on the initial render, and we need a function that runs every time one of our values changes.
Or you click it, or you.
Yeah, so you can do it whether you click it or if it does it automatically based on the page change. So like if you change the current page number, all that fun stuff.
I think it's been scrolling like a big deal for a while, and then people are like, let's do it.
Yeah. Because
Well, then that's the idea with this scrolling, it's like you scroll down, once the page hits like 15. Oh, then you're on the grass and it's one.
yeah,
I think in school, like we started class by going through